Hello, I'm back. I'm streaming again. I keep going now. Well, after I ended my stream, I went and immediately did that stuff I was saying. I blocked all the what I consider time wasters on my computer. Let's see how long that lasts. That's cool. Also, I cooked breakfast. I've been having problems lately. I don't know, my breakfasts have just been bad. My go-to breakfast that I cooked for a long time was just like scrambled eggs on toast with either bacon or sausage, whichever one I decide to get. I put it on there. I'm making it like an egg sandwich, basically. Sliced cheese and some butter, yeah. I was doing that for a while, but the bread I used to buy, it was like a brown bag kind of bread, white bread. They stopped selling it. I don't know what happened to it, and I don't know what the name of what it used to be. So it's just gone. And I've had a lot of trouble finding a bag of bread that I like. I keep picking up a new type of bread every time it's bad. And this last time I got an Italian bread, which is just horrible. Couldn't make a sandwich out of it. Couldn't make like normal, like an all-star kind of Waffle House type of breakfast. I tried that and it just wasn't good. I ended up throwing that whole loaf of bread away, or what I had left of it. No good. I don't know. Well, I tried making like good breakfast burritos. I'm trying to make them like in California, real close to the border. You can get like some amazing breakfast burritos from the Mexican places there. They'd have like, I don't even know how they were made. They had like bean paste in them or something that wasn't just eggs and bacon. Like, it's not like a boring kind of fast food one. It's so much more. There's like chorizo or something in it. I've never been able to make it as good as they have. And every time I make, I try to make breakfast burritos, it just never came out good. So today, I'm like, what am I gonna make? I've got eggs. I don't have any bread. It's like I got bacon, and it's just kind of lame eating like eggs and bacon, you know. But then I was like, well, I've got a lot of extra stuff in here. I bought like a bag of potatoes 2 weeks ago, and I've just been kind of like eating on them whenever a recipe calls for it. And I've got same thing with onions. I got a bag of onions. So many onions in there. They come in a bag. Just you get like, I don't know, you get like 20 of them or something. It's so many onions. I was like, okay, what if I just grab all this stuff that I've got extras of and I just mix them together and make hash browns? And then that turned into just like to this crazy project where I've got like, I cut up a bunch of potatoes, peeled them, cut them up into big chunks. I mean, like, you know, big square chunks, right? Instead of like that hash brown shredded stuff, I was like, why not do it this way? My onions, you know, I just slice them. And then I have, you know, I've been talking about all those extra tomatoes. I got to grab one of those. I cut it up, diced it up. And cooked the bacon. Set it on a paper towel, you know, to dry out. And then I just started throwing things in the pan, like put oil in there, put butter in there, and then throw my potatoes and my onions in there, let them cook for like, I don't know, 7 minutes or so until the potatoes start getting nice and brown and crispy looking. And then I was like, why even, I just throw the eggs in. I was like, why even like separate it? It's like, it's all gonna go in the same place anyway, so I take the eggs, I crack like a bunch of eggs in there, and I just cook it right with the potatoes and stuff, and then I break up the bacon, and like I'm throw that in there, throw the tomatoes in there, and I just mix it all together, and then grab some Mexican cheese, throw that on there. I end up making something like monster hash browns with a lot of Tabasco sauce. Because I was like, yeah, let's just make this spicy. This makes us hurt a little bit, seeing as it's fat and disgusting already. Let's just go all out. So I made something that I call monster hash browns, and they were fucking good. It was the best breakfast I've cooked in a long time. I'm probably gonna make more of it. But it's funny. It's like playful cooking that I like. I don't know. It was really fun to just have fun and just like, you know what, fuck it, throw everything in the little pan. That way I don't have to wash extra stuff or do all these extra steps. It's like there's no reason to. Just cook it all at once, and it came out great. It was awesome. I'm gonna do it again. And the best part about it is all of those ingredients, besides like the eggs, all of them stay in the fridge forever. They last forever. Maybe, I mean, tomatoes, but then I throw tomatoes in anything, so who cares? I'll probably do it with like peppers next time instead of tomatoes. Tomatoes are actually pretty good. I'm not a big tomato fan when it's like too big, but there's something about that. The tomatoes added an extra like acid taste, I guess, to it. And I feel like the raw tomato is actually kind of better. You know, I might have cooked the tomatoes too much. And that's one of the first times I thought of that, because usually I need to cook the full lot of tomatoes to actually like enjoy them. But this time around I was thinking, you know what, like the raw tomato taste is actually really good when in combination with everything else. So I might try that. I think the only thing that was missing was scallions. That would have added the extra little taste. That was great. Yeah, that was my morning. So right, we're gonna keep drawing and stuff. I don't know, I'm bored. That's good. And I got the feeling. I got the creativity's flowing. The juices are rolling. So I've got to figure this crab out. All right, here we go. We've got the crab. I've looked at it for a bit and I was like, I know what I'm gonna do here. Also, another thing, I was thinking about that explosion and what I'm gonna do, and I think I got it figured out. I'm just gonna do like a small, like little electrical thing, and then I'm gonna do particle effects, basically like particle, I don't know, things that like zip around at random. So yeah, it'll just like explode, and you got these little streamers going around. And I think it might look pretty good. That and bubbles. So just a lot of particles, basically. Every time you kill something, it'll pop, and kind of like a firework, and really easy to do, it should be. So yeah, I think I figured out how I'm gonna kill the enemies, basically. Alright, let's fix this real quick. So we got claw, we got body. I think what I need to do... Alright, first, this is keep. I'm gonna copy that. Now, combine these together. Honestly, nothing moves, so let's combine everything together. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take this claw, I'm gonna separate it. Take this claw and separate. And then I'm gonna erase some of this. This is like cheat animation. Alright, grab this and then flip it. Yeah, I think something like this. Like that. Now, I can just kind of erase all this, I guess. Because of the perspective, you won't even see the back part of the arm, so this works out pretty well. Tell you what, after that monster hash browns, my breath probably pretty rank though. we got Well, we got onions. That's always a big one. I mean, what would have made it worse if I thrown garlic in there? I think garlic might have been too much. I think it needs garlic. Oh, I had that thing happen. You ever have a dream where your teeth are falling apart or something? Those are like the most horrifying dreams. Do this. Just so there's a little bit of a hint of an arm back there. Oh yeah, but ever have them dreams where your teeth are falling apart or something? God, those are horrible. I hate those dreams. But I actually had that really happen to me. My front tooth on the left. The most likely tooth that you would think of when you think of a chipped tooth, well, that one broke. I think it was a filling that I had before ended up coming loose or something, or it just snapped or something. So I had to go to the dentist. But I was just amazed that, like, I went to the dentist and I scheduled an appointment because, you know, you can't ignore something like that. Your tooth will just get worse and worse if you don't get it filled in. So I went as soon as I could, but it happened took like an hour, and they just fixed the tooth. It's just amazing to me how that works. And you have like these nightmares about it, and it's like, you know what? If it did happen and a tooth does fall apart, it's really no big deal. Nowadays. They'll just throw it back together super fast. Cost a lot though. It was like over $300. I guess that's one horror of it. I don't know, it's just interesting to me that it's such a non-issue when it really does happen. Alright, that's one frame. We do that again with the bottom one, and that's basically it. Sadly, I do not have a copy of the claw that was closed, so oh well. Okay. This merge. But since that happened, I've like redoubled my dental care, flossing a lot more, brushing a lot more, and mouthwash. I got some mouthwash this time. I've heard that mouthwash with alcohol in it ends up having a negative effect because it just dries your mouth out, so it ends up like leading to more bacteria growth than what you're killing. That's something I read. I don't know how true that would be. But instead of worrying about that, I just got a mouthwash that is hydrates, biotin or whatever. So it doesn't have alcohol in it. Use that instead. I want to get this claw in about the same place that the old one was. I'm just going on blind faith that that's in the right spot. That's pretty close. Right. This one needs to be near the ground and closed. Oh right, it's supposed to be closed. I shouldn't have mixed them together. Oops. I can fix that. Yeah, I just need this up here. Oh, I just gotta make this not look ugly. I was just thinking, this one's so good and complex. I might just add it to Gazzard. I mean, it's got the same quality as Gazzard. Might as well just throw it in there. Somewhere, I don't know. It could be like a one-off sort of thing. I like that some of my artwork in one game will appear in another game. I'm not against that idea. You know, use the assets if you got them. But I like the way this turned out. It looks really good. Even though it did go against the whole simplify. But I mean, I don't know how to simplify an octopus. You know, it's got a very complex type of movement, so you gotta animate it. But it looks good, so I'm glad I did. Yeah, I might put some of these things in Gazzard. No reason not to. I've got it, you know. Actually, now that I think about it, I think one of the bosses in Gazzard is very similar to what the alien in this one's gonna end up being, right? I'm just not thinking about that. Let me look at it. Oh no, it will be a little bit different. I remember now. Where is it? What did I call it? It's ocean creature. That's the name of it. Yeah, no, it's not gonna look like this at all, is it? My ocean creature is supposed to look like this right here. It is a similar kind of thing, but it's more like a mosasaurus with tentacles. It's pretty similar, honestly. I just wanted something that was more like this instead of the faculty alien head, but pretty close. Then again, nah. I was just seeing if there's some more crossover I could do with that in mind, but I don't want to do that. They'll be two separate things, but a couple of these little fish and stuff can make it in. It was all good until that last little bit. Whatever. We can fix that. Good enough. Cool. And finally the glow. Nice. What's wrong now? Why can't I mute? So it's not just me. Sometimes it just doesn't mute. I don't get it. None lock is on this time. What up? Wait, did it work? Yeah, it worked. Okay. What up? I'm doing alright. Started drawing again. Yeah. Working on that Gravitas game, which is supposed to be the simple one. And so far, my animations have been pretty simple. I got this jellyfish who swims. See, just a little squash and stretch. Nothing to it. Salmon. All I did is wiggle the tail a bit. Nothing to it. Anglerfish. This guy's got two different states. One where he's not active. One where he's active, and the swim is just that little squash and stretch. Got a crab. Crab walks and clacks. Very simple. And then I've got this idle animation where he reaches down and picks something up, and then goes back to normal. And on his back he'll have a certain amount of these little meteorite fragments, which is like loot or whatever in the game. It's the currency. So you can see him as he's carrying up to a certain amount. Got a little fro of loot. And the octopus, I've kind of broken my rule. This guy's got full animation. That's what he looks like. I mean, there's no way to really cheat an octopus, you know. It's got so many tentacles. It's gotta go through the full thing. So that's what those guys look like. I just did the shark, which is again that real simple style. And I'm working on a stingray now. Trying to get these frames to line up so that I can get his, like, I'm gonna animate his little wings or whatever. It's just gonna be a little 4-frame animation. And I'm cheating by rotoscoping it. Yeah, most of it is going to be like kind of bluish, greenish, grayish color. And then I made the I reused this little loot thing. It's what is it? Little meteorite fragment. And it's a bright orange, so it really stands out. And any enemies that are kind of like mutated by this crystal's like causing all the ocean creatures to mutate. It's kind of like the story, so that you're not just killing innocent animals. But that way the color should make them pop and very obvious. They're contrasting colors, or they're complementary colors. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. Almost done. I'm working on Stingray, and there's a turtle. We're gonna do this guy. There's gonna be eels in the game, which are going to behave a little bit differently. They're kind of like a wall trap kind of thing. They hide inside of a hole. When you get close to them, they come out and try and bite you. Then there's like the big boss. We'll get around to that eventually. It's probably going to be like the alien from Faculty. That movie. I'll do something like that. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but something with tentacles and that head, basically. Oh, thanks. It's a nice salmon. I mean, I based it off of a real salmon, so. The octopus I freehanded, but all these things I had like a little picture to draw it off of. I found a picture that looked good. Look at this jellyfish, isn't it pretty? Basically just use that as an example. So I cheated. Cheated real good. I love this anglerfish. He's got like such a bottom jaw. Looks funny. Alright, so I'm gonna line up the nose and the eye. And we'll just make everything else. Really, all I care about is what his little fin is doing for the animation. So that's what I need to concentrate on. I saw your animation, your mothership one. That was a big animation. Pretty long. Oh yeah, sure. Go for it. I'm just getting caught up. And this really doesn't line up in any way, does it? Look at that. Sure. That works. Do I even have you? Oh yeah, there you are. I mean, doesn't matter. I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, now if I say to mute, that'll still let you keep sending messages, right? I hope it doesn't block you. I'm gonna try and mute because so the Discord thing doesn't show up on stream. I don't like to bother people. I think I can still get your messages. There won't be any sound now. A consultant? Like what kind? Like, or like critique kind of style? Okay, good. This is working. I was afraid it was gonna like block your messages, but it's good. As long as it's not making any noise. Alright, so this is good. Alright, so what I want to do is draw everything but the wings, and then the wings will be their own thing. I think that's the best way to do it. Alright, so there's always like a little lip there, and the back's always basically in the same spot. It's just this one where it crosses over the back, but that's fine. Stingrays are really pretty. That shape. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I got a lot of things I could say about it, but I don't know. If there's anything you want to know in particular. I found it to be pretty funny the whole time. Basically like a big joke. But everybody handled training in a different way. Yeah. I think that's the top of it. All we have to worry about. Duplicate that. Like these. Put that in there. Military training. Real military training is you take the skill, it promises a whole bunch of stuff, and then once you finish the skill, you get something completely random that you didn't want. So I would do a military training. It's like, yeah, we're going to teach you firearms and how to pilot airships, and then once you're done with it, it's like, well, we taught you how to drive a boat. Because that's what we needed. That's the job we needed to fill. You want to learn hand-to-hand combat? Then you better apply for it. And you're going to be taught by somebody who is one level above you. So really, they don't know shit. they were taught by somebody who was trained by somebody who was trained by somebody who was trained by somebody. The only guy that actually knows what the hell's going on was really good at it. But the way it does this trickle down teaching thing, it's really not that great. So it's like, I don't know. The whole martial arts thing is just like some weird scam. I don't know. Funny. Oh, but everybody takes it super seriously though. Like that's the thing is like reality is like this, and then there's the other type of military person that's like, it's hard to explain. Like we call them motards, but yeah, they're just like totally motivated and totally stupid and really proud of everything. It's a weird situation. Which that's not probably a very political term. Oh, that's another thing about military training is, I mean, I'm sure it's a bit different now, but when I was in it, the just ridiculous fucked up stuff that you'd say and train or do, like there's so many, God, what's the name of it? Cadences, you know, like singing while running. There's so many of them about killing kids and stomping babies. It's ridiculous. Like the whole point of it is to make you laugh so much that you forget about, you know, the fact that you're running and you're in pain. And it's like to desensitize you too. So I get the point of it, but man, if like, we always think if a soccer mom could hear us out here running and what the fuck we're singing, the military would just be closed, canceled, politically incorrect. It's funny. What's this? Your skills. I like jury rigging as a skill. I put a lot of points into jury rigging in my own life. Oh, 0G. So, okay, military training. You can go to explosives, pharmacology, hacking, piloting, physics, mysticism. Ooh, I'd love to see the mysticism military class. Tactics, wilderness survival, firearms. I looked at all this stuff is taught in military, well, except for mysticism. But yeah, all of this is taught in a way. Piloting wouldn't really be military training. It would be like the second phase of it. So once you go to like your MOS, so you do like, everybody does a basic training thing, which is all your basic shit, right? But then they go on to another one, which is your more specialized stuff. So any sort of like learning how to drive the certain vehicles you'll be working with, or, you know, they're not going to teach everybody everything when it comes to things that are more specialized. Like you won't learn explosives. You might throw a grenade. Yeah, you'll throw a grenade. Ugh, throwing grenades is funny. Like, you'll be out there. Everybody who cannot throw well, they do like a test round, right? To teach you how to do it. You go, you throw, and then you get down when you throw. So you jump into cover, throw, go into cover. And depending on how far you throw it, the instructors there, they'll stick like a big orange sticker on your forehead if you can't throw for shit. As like, watch out, this one's gonna get you killed. And the instructors are there. Basically, they're trained to see you screw something up. And they'll show you all the little actions they take, but they'll grab you. And if someone's dumb, they pull the pin, they just drop it, which happens. Then the instructor's got to grab you, throw you on the other side of the cover, and they all screaming about it. And then, yeah, they've got like all these different situations depending on where the grenade landed, where it wasn't. It was supposed to be way over there, but they figure out every situation. So there's some funny stuff with that because, okay, here's a big thing about military training that a lot of people probably don't know about unless you've been in it. Everyone who enters basic training becomes an idiot. It's guaranteed to happen. There's something about that high energy, that causes your brain to just like fizzle out, and then all of a sudden you're just like doing what people tell you to. And it's like the drill instructors will tell you that everybody who first comes into it all become complete idiots, like, because it's like very stressful, right? And by the end of it, like, that's kind of like the whole military training is it's getting that out of you so that when you're in high stress, your brain still works. Because the default setting is once a stressful situation happens, everybody's brain just kind of shuts off. That's what's normal. So that's like, I think the main purpose of military training is to get you at a high stress level at every point, like from wake up to go to sleep. It's constantly being yelled at, constantly doing something. It's not really, it's not really like training you. It kind of is to do what you're told. It's more training you to think and react when you're, in high stress. And that's like the main thing they're doing. Which it just results in a lot of really funny stuff. People, when their brain turns off, they do whatever. There's people like sitting in the line, getting yelled at or whatever, and they just forget to go to the bathroom, and then they just piss right there in the middle of the barracks. And that was the funniest thing. Our drill instructor, he's walking back and forth yelling at us about something. I don't know what it was, but one guy, he just like, I don't know, he didn't want to ask to use the bathroom, so he just like went. His body just didn't think about it or something. I don't know how the hell it happened. Nothing happened to me. But yeah, drill instructor just walks over and he's like, "What the fuck? You pissed in the floor!" And everybody's laughing at it. And it like, you're not supposed to laugh, but there's certain situations where even the drill instructor's like, "What the fuck?" When you can break a drill instructor's like, get them out of their character. That's what it is. Drill instructors are playing a character, right? Like, if you can get them to break character, it's hilarious. God, I remember this one joke. We were sitting out there, I think it was middle January, by the ocean is where our basic training is, Paris Island. But it was freezing. It was like, I don't know, 20 or 30 degrees. It was super cold. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but it's super cold, super wet. So, just like high humidity. We're out there freezing to death. And the drill instructor, like, he liked to pick on this one guy because he had like super thick Coke bottle glasses. So he thought he could see into the future, and that was his nickname, was Future. He said, "Future, what do you see?" And Future says, "Global warming, sir." Everybody fucking cracked up. The drill instructor is just like laughing. He's like, "Ah, fuck y'all." That was great. "Global warming, sir." We're all out there like, that was, I don't know. It's fun. I think it's a fun time. It's really hard to get into it. All I can think about, I think like 90% of my concentration was just thinking about how great it would be to lay on the sidewalk and just lay down, like, or to go get a burger. God, I craved cheeseburgers so much during the whole thing. When it was finally over, I told my parents, like, "Let's go to Burger King. I'm gonna get like 6 cheeseburgers. I don't care about fries or drinks. I just want burgers. I'm gonna shovel them down my face." So I haven't eaten anything. Oh, that was funny. No, it's good. It's just, I don't know. Once you get past that part of the military, things get way worse because that mentality carries over. And then, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like, you'd think that it would stop there, but then you have a lot of people who are pretending to be drill instructors. And it just does not work in like a working environment, especially when they suck at it, or, you know. I think that's the bad part. And it's really hard to explain, but that's the part you don't really know about. Is you think once that ends, but then you go into, you know, your MOS, and when you get there, you've got a guy who's like 1 year older than you, acting like a drill instructor and telling you to do things. It's like, oh, fuck you. And he might not even be older than you, right? Like, I think I went in, I was a year older than your usual, so I was like 19. And I'd get yelled at by like 18-year-olds. I was like, the fuck? I don't know. It's weird. It's like good and bad. It depends. I think it depends really heavy on where you go in. Like the whole basic training part is fun. I laugh so much. That's why I always got in trouble for smiling. Like I just couldn't stop it. Everything they did I thought was fucking hilarious. Okay, let me read this. Military training is that skill. Okay, so hand-to-hand combat, there was like a week period, and basically they're teaching you, there's some useful stuff, there's some useful knowledge in the hand-to-hand. I think my most surprising thing about all that is just finding out like how important a strong foundation and balance is to everything, like everything. You're gonna build a house, you need a good foundation. You're gonna fire a rifle, you're gonna need a good stiff foundation where you're not moving around a lot. And the same thing goes with like throwing a punch or fighting, because if you have no foundation, they're just going to push you over. So they kind of like get all that into your head, and eventually you're like, okay, I get it. Like all this is kind of the same. And the same thing with art. When you're doing artwork, you got to have a nice firm like elbow spot, and then just the part you want to move is the only part that should be moving. Otherwise you're going to have like a lot of floaty, unless that's what you're going for. But like it all kind of applies. That foundation lesson is important, I think, for a lot of things. But the military training or the hand-to-hand stuff, after that, I mean, it's not teaching you much. It throws you, like, they'll teach you how to throw a punch. They'll teach you how your first two knuckles are like where all your power is, and that's where it should connect. You know, like if you're carrying groceries, you use those two fingers. Those are the strong ones, so everything should align in a good line through here. They teach you about using your hip and your back, because those muscles are way stronger than anything in here. These muscles suck. The muscles in your back and your hip is where you get all your power from in a punch. They'll teach you some pretty handy knowledge and hand-to-hand. But then it comes to like chokes. I mean, the choke is pretty interesting to where you're cutting off blood circulation. You're not, don't choke this way, choke that way, right? You want to get both of these big veins. If you want to cut off blood circulation, you choke this way, you're just going to like make them drool all over you, and it's not going to do anything. So they'll teach you a few little things, but when it comes to like throws and like how to get somebody off balance, there's really not much. So I think the training, I would call it like the bare minimum basics, like the dummies guide, and then if you want to go farther than that, you get it outside of basic training. I think basic hand-to-hand, think of it more like it teaches you how not to injure yourself, right? If you don't know hand-to-hand, or if you don't know the basics, you're going to throw a punch like this, and you're going to hit them in the face or the jaw, right? And you're going to break your hand. And you're gonna do damage to yourself while damaging your enemy, kind of, right? It's like throwing a headbutt and contacting like forehead to forehead. You're just gonna break both of your heads. You're supposed to contact with like something soft, like their nose, so you break their nose with your forehead. So yeah, basic training is more like, think of like if hand-to-hand skill was like every time I hit somebody, I'm also taking damage. Then if you get hand-to-hand training, every time you hit somebody, they take damage and you don't take damage. I think that would be the way that I would explain it. Like, they'll teach you, it's a lot better, instead of punching, unless you're punching for like soft spots, guts, organs and stuff, that's good to throw your knuckles into that, but usually you want to use a hammer fist, where it's like this meaty part down here. If you want to hit somebody real hard, you hit them with the bottom of it. You do a lot less damage to yourself and still have the same output, right? So that's kind of my explanation for that. I'd say you're not going to learn anything really technical. You're just going to learn how to not hurt yourself. How not to do the Hollywood shit. Because the Hollywood shit's always fucking retarded. And yes, everything they teach you is usually it's like how to kill or to take down. You don't learn how to do things nicely in military training. That's like security job stuff. But yeah, they teach you how to snap necks, how to choke and cut off blood, how to break noses. Everything it's not really self-defense. It's more like how to disable your opponent as quickly as possible. Because if you're in a hand-to-hand situation, that's what you need to do. It's like, there's no security thing. I think you'd have to go to like MOS school for an MP, military police, and they'll teach you stuff that's more like how to disable them without hurting them. But when they teach you in basic training, it's how to fuck them up. Like how to get a garrote, turn around, turn your shoulder, and then they die. Basically. And they die in such a way that they really can't fight back. Yeah, I think all the training is kind of like that. It's like, there's never anything peaceful or passive. Okay, so as far as explosives, there's grenade training, which is pull a pin and throw it. You know, they'll teach you do not cook a grenade, you know, because that's important nowadays with video games. People think that they need to cook a grenade, but do not do that, because if you use on grenades, they're not exactly specific. So you could just throw one and it goes off in like a second. You can throw one and it'll go off in 3 seconds. But you don't do that, you just throw it. But other than that, no, there's nothing on explosives. I mean, there's rockets, the, what do they call it? RT rocket? It's like a one-use rocket, and you don't even get to use like a real one. It fires off like a tracer round, and they show you what a real one looks like because it's too expensive. So when they teach you about the rockets, that's basically it. And the whole point of the whole thing about the rocket is, again, strong foundation, but you gotta keep in mind the rocket's heavy and it's in the back, and then it's heavy and in the front when it fires. So a lot of people dip down, which boom, and you're dead. So yeah, the main point of the rocket training is to teach you do not dip down. You go that way, and also look behind you and don't kill your friends with the spray that shoots off in the back, because it's very dangerous. Now, they've shown that stuff in movies to where people shoot off a rocket and somebody's right behind them, just fucks them up. That's the blowback. God, I can't say that. Blowback area. But yeah, it's like a big area behind a rocket launcher that, if you're there, you're gonna get hurt. And usually it's a friendly that's back there. But yeah, other than that, no bomb stuff. You'd have to do like a MOS for that. Okay, so let's go through like what skills do you learn in military? So, okay, we start off. It's mostly like anxiety or stress reduction kind of stuff, right? That's an important one. It's how to keep your cool in combat. That's like step one. Step two is hygiene. I mean, honestly, cleaning up, doing. You'd be surprised how many people go to training and they barely ever clean anything because their parents did it for them. They don't even know how to like wash a window or something stupid basic. That's a serious thing. Like, I think I had a problem with that because I've never like done windows or something before I went to basic, and I had somebody teaching me like how to do the S pattern and stuff, and I was like, okay. So, I mean, I'm not that far, but yeah, like hygiene and cleaning is like step number 2, and you do more cleaning stuff in the military than anything else. Constantly cleaning shit. So, yeah, that's a big one. Okay, after that, it's gonna be a lot of like marching. I don't really understand the whole. To be honest, I don't really get why marching is such a big part of the military, even though I did it. But we spend a lot of time drilling. I think it's something about being able to follow a rhythm. I really couldn't tell you. I might look that up on YouTube and figure out why marching. And well, okay, I can think of like why you want to march, like you're going out on like a field halt, you know, a hike type of march. But I'm talking about like the kind of marching to where you're on like a big blacktop and you're marching around and, you know, doing little turns and stuff. I don't know how that translates. Like, it's obvious if you're out marching across the desert or something, you'd want to learn how to keep the formation tight and stay in the formation. But as far as like that show stuff, I don't really understand why it's in there. It's probably a good reason for it because they do it. So yeah, there's a lot of that drill stuff, and then there's just a lot of stuff that's like crushing your pride, humility. So yeah, anytime you screw up, they punish you with a lot of exercise. And then you don't even have to screw up. They'll just punish you for exercise because they got nothing else going on. Like, get out there. Now, I think a lot of people didn't understand that. They get like really upset, like that somebody got picked on and now everybody's getting punished for that, when really he would have picked on anything. It's not like, I don't know. You can see like one person screwed up the drill, so everybody's getting punished, but he could have just as easily been like, you're all doing it slow, so do it. And they just want to like single people out. And I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. But I think it's all about like humility. They take like the most prideful person and push them down, which is, I get that. That makes sense, because otherwise they become a problem later on. Because they're, you know, too prideful. What else? So we got like drilling and stuff, and then we get on to like firearm stuff. You always have, or in the Marine Corps, you always have a rifle. You get one issued. It's like a training rifle. So you've got it. You've always got to be responsible for it. If you ever lose part of it or lose it, you get punished really severely. Like, the whole point is you need to know, like, that thing needs to be a part of you. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. So that's a big thing. And then learning how to clean your rifle, and you do that constantly. Like, every other day you're taking apart your weapon and cleaning it and putting it back together. There's only like I think there's like a 2-week period or something where you actually start firing rifles, and it is the same rifle that you use, but a lot of those rifles are shit. So when it comes to fire them, they'll like jam constantly, and they'll just give you a new one for your shooting. So they're all like crappy versions. But the The rifle stuff is just a short thing. When it comes to the rifle, like 2 weeks, they cut out all the like picking on you stuff goes out. Like they stop doing that, and it becomes a very like relaxed atmosphere all of a sudden. Your rifle instructor is like a very chill guy, and he's allowed to like give you candy and stuff because they don't want you to shoot anybody. So yeah, it's kind of funny when it comes to like rifle season, you know, the rifle weeks. Everything gets real relaxed, and then once that's done, it's back to getting messed with. Oh man, shooting sucks. Like, you do a couple things, it's like practice. Like a couple, it's just basic rifle stuff. For me, I knew a lot of it because I've been shooting my whole life. Because my father's a hunter, and he sent me out with a shotgun, so I was pretty used to that. But I don't know exactly what all they taught. Mostly just like how to sight in, stuff like that. But when it comes to like the test was kind of bullshit because you're tested by the people who are downrange on the targets. The targets are like a big board. Actually, I can use the power of drawing to explain things. Yeah, targets are a big board. This is great. We get some visual aid. You know, your big basic target, and then you got like this thing here, right? And then this is just a big like a grassy hill or whatever. So you're only seeing this part, but down here there's a trench. People in here, and they'll be up in like pairs. And then this little target board is so used and overused. It's just covered in these little patches, these little, I don't remember if they're square or circle, but there's these little patches all over it where people have hit it. And the idea is, once you're sitting there and you're looking up, you and some other guy, and you're just kind of like waiting there. I don't remember what tells you when somebody is missed, but you're waiting there and you're waiting for a dot to appear. You want to hear like a tack. It's like tack where the bullet hits, and once you see the dot, then there's like this pulley system or whatever. You lower it down, and then you've got these big circle, like orange circles with a little peg on the back of it. It's like a little peg and an orange circle, and you just stick that in the hole. When you bring it back up, it shows them where they hit, and then the instructor will mark it down. But yeah, that's like super. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong there, because, and then, you know, once you bring it back down and it's been accounted, you put a little patch over top of it. So yeah, but there's so many things that can go wrong with this, because if a bullet hits like a spot that there's like sometimes bullet holes that nobody patched over, if it hits a spot like that, or maybe the hole became too big from so many bullets hitting it that you can't really patch it, and then if it goes in there, you just totally miss it, and then you bring up and you mark like a miss on it. Or I don't know. I feel like there's a reason why nobody ever gets a perfect score. It's like, I don't think anybody's ever gotten a perfect score. It's because the grading system sucks. It's not accurate at all. It's based on two people looking at it, two people who don't give a fuck. But yeah, and then it's just like a whole line. That's what it's like. So you'll shoot at it and you'll like hit bullseye, 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 and then it's like miss. It's like I shot exactly the same way, and the wind hasn't changed, and I haven't even adjusted my sights. It just did not see my bullet, and then they brought up a miss because I don't fucking see it. It could have hit like a black line or something. I don't know, some dumb stuff like that. But you get a different badge based on how well you shoot in the Marine Corps. So it's like it's a pizza box is what we call it, but it kind of looks like this target if you do just barely enough to pass. And I think everybody ends up passing. To fail it, you'd have to do like super bad, And then even if you failed, they probably like give you I think you get like a retest or something on another day. But of course, they're gonna punish the hell out of you when you get back. There's like rifles, marksman rifles, a badge, and then I think that might be there's 3 levels of it. I don't remember what they are at this point. But that's really all it is. You don't learn pistols. You do get to play around with a machine gun. What is that thing called? I can't think of the name of it. It's an acronym, but you get to fire it. It's got tracers and it's pretty fun, but you're like shooting at a target that's metal, so it's not really like a test or anything. It's just so that you can get a chance to try it out. That's really it. It's because most people get issued a rifle, but some get issued a machine gun instead. That's basically it. And then the final thing is like the last week, there's a gauntlet. That's what we call it. And the gauntlet is basically like you go out into like a field setting, and that's where you do all of your like in-wood stuff. So you're split up into like a 4-man team, and you got a point man. Oh, I don't remember them all either. There's like, everybody's got their certain job, and then you're basically doing all of your gauntlet stuff. You can look at YouTube videos of this stuff, but that's when you do things like you go in the woods and they'll give you certain coordinates that you're supposed to go to, and then when you get to that coordinate, you get your next coordinate. So that's how you practice using maps and following compasses and stuff, and it's really done over the course of a day. For me, because I have done that stuff before, everybody else was just like, do you know how to do this? It's like, yeah, I'll do it. And so I just did it for everybody else. So I don't even think they learned what the hell they were doing. But you had to like count paces and stuff. Yeah, it's not going to be anything like, it's nothing complex. It's really just how to use a compass. There's nothing like anything specific. There's nothing like how to make your own food or start a fire. They don't teach you any of that stuff because they got like tools for that and certain jobs for that. So what else was in the gauntlet? The gauntlet, it starts with a gigantic march. Oh my god, the marches are like crazy. So marches go like one of 2 ways. I got lucky on my march back. I got super lucky. On my march there, I was unlucky. So there's like two types of luck when it comes to marches. If you're in the front, marches are easy. If you're in the back, marches are the worst thing in the world because it does this like slinky effect once you start marching, where somebody will slow down a little bit, and then that adds to, if you've ever seen like how traffic works, the next person slows down a little more because of the way people accelerate. They don't just go immediately. So by the time it reaches the end of the line, you know, like this like little bit gets into like a huge, so everybody in the back's just like walk, 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 run, 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 walk, 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 run, run, run. Marches suck if you're in the back, and I got both sides of it. I was at the very front of the line for one of them, and it was like the best thing ever. And then I was somewhere like 3/4 of the way back on one of them, and I was just jogging constantly. It sucked. And this is in full pack, you know. It's like you're carrying all your weight. They like fill a full pack up, a full one of those. I can't think of the name of it. Your something pack. Forget a lot of this. And some of them, if they really hate you, they throw weights in them too, so it'll be even heavier than it's supposed to be. Yeah, you march out there, you do your little things, you eat MREs, which are just nasty. I don't know. You get used to MREs. Now, I tried eating an MRE a while ago, and they are just really terrible. But you learn a lot of like little secrets on how to make the food a little bit better. Basically, anything with peanut butter is awesome. Or mac and cheese. God, mac and cheese ones, you can just eat them. You don't even have to heat them up. They're just good. But a lot of them is like horrible. I remember after our gauntlet, or week or 2 weeks, I don't remember how long it is, but after you're out there for so long and we come back, first they give you like a big meal. I don't remember, it's like a warrior's meal or something. Basically just all the good food you can think of, they got it. No, they don't have like fast food kind of stuff, but yeah, mac and cheese inside the MRE. But yeah, they give you like a big meal. But before that, they have you do like a cool down period, and all they'll give you is like an apple. And I remember I had that apple, and I ate like the entire thing. Like I ate the stem, the core, and I didn't even think about it. I remember they gave me the apple. I've never been that hungry before, like growing up. It's kind of a funny thing. But yeah, I remember I ate that apple, and I remember when I was done with it, I was like, damn, I did not give a fuck. I ate seeds, I ate everything. I remember that blowing my mind. I was like, golly, that's what it's like to be hungry. It's a funny thing. I don't think a lot of people get to experience it. It sounds funny. I mean, a lot of people do in bad parts of the world. But in America, not too many people go that hungry to where they just devour fucking anything. But they'll do that to you in basic. Give you a period where you've exercised and you've done like obstacle courses and all that, and huge marches. And by the time you come back, you're just so damn hungry. It's an experience. I'm trying to think what else we did. I can't really think of anything else. I mean, I can talk about anything medical. I had wisdom teeth taken out while I was in there. They'll do anything like that. They'll get it done with while you're in basic. And that's just great because once you get put on something light duty, like nobody really can yell at you. They can't, well, I mean, they can yell at you, but they can't like take you to a quarter deck or sand trap. That's what we call the places where you'd have to like exercise and do push-ups, do crunches. They just constantly yell at you and you have to respond to it. So the quarter deck is in the barracks. Everything in the barracks is named based on like a ship. So you got like barracks, you got port side, starboard. All the beds are along the sides, and then quarter deck would be this part up here. And then I don't remember the parts of the ship anymore, but you had like drill instructor's room, bathroom ahead, and then at the very top would be, I don't know if I feel like we didn't call it a bow or anything, but there's like kind of like a larger room for exercise stuff, but most of the exercise stuff was also in this little corner, like a pull-up bar. And then sand traps are just like big, what do you call them? Like those kids play in them, sand boxes. Yeah, it's just a big sandbox where they make you do all the stuff on the quarter deck, but it's way harder because you're in sand. You're getting fucking dirty, and people, because you know the way quarter deck or the sand trap works is they got you all in there. So if this guy like jumps down and starts doing like a bicycle, what is it called? Mountain climbers are where you put your hands on the ground and then you constantly kick your feet up and then swap. So yeah, imagine somebody doing that and they're right in front of you and they just kick all that sand right into your face. It sucks being the guy in the back when it comes to sand trap. But most people are the guy in the back. I think actually they purposely put the people in charge, which are like somebody gets made as a guide. The guide is the guy that carries the flag, and he's like leads the marches. Well, the drill instructor leads it, but he's the one you're following. And then there's 4 people who are squad leaders. I think that's what they're called. And these 4 guys, they start off as being the people who you'd think would be a squad leader, somebody who's got more leadership and shows more oomph than everybody else. And then eventually they swap it with the people who show the least amount of oomph, which is kind of funny. But yeah, these are the guys they always like put in the front so that everybody hates them. So it's all like part of a big scam. I don't know. They got a reason for everything they do. I think that's it. I can't really think of anything else. It goes on during... Alright, let me read this. I was talking too much. Yeah, okay, so obstacle courses. I can talk about that. I mean, there's just various things. They're all made out of like logs and timber, right? You got ones there's small ones that you jump over. There's medium height ones, which you have to like throw a leg over and then flip over, right? Then you've got your really big ones, which are basically like, if you're standing, you're here, right? You're this tall. And you're looking at this thing, so you gotta throw up and then pull your leg up over it, kind of like jumping and climbing a wall, only it's log shaped, so you really ain't got nothing to hang on to. So those are really difficult, and sometimes people just can't make it over those. Then you've got an actual wall type one, which is just like that, only it's got like square bits and like some padding so you can actually grab onto the top of it. You got to do that one. And there's 2 different styles. You either do like one person ones, and then they do like team exercises where it's the 2 of you, 2 people going through it. What else is there? There's a type of log you have to go across, just a balance kind of act. There was rope climbing. They'll teach you how to climb a rope. That's usually the last one, and usually there'll either be 1 rope or there'll be 2 ropes, and you can either climb 1 rope or you can do, if you're really fancy, do 2 at a time to go up. And the drill instructors always show you how to do all this stuff, and they always do it way better than anybody else can do it because they constantly train at it. So yeah, drill instructors always do it the hardest way and make you look like an idiot. God, I remember this one show where they were putting some people through like a military training, and everybody had to like crawl through the mud. There's always like a crawl through the mud part where there's like a razor wire. There's 2 ways. There's like barbed wire that goes across it, right? Or there's razor wire that's just on the ground and you have to learn how to lift it up and go underneath it. You use your rifle to lift it up, and either if you're doing a 2s, you lift it up for that guy. He goes through and then he holds it for you as you go through. Or if you're alone, then you lift it up, you get on your back and you shamble through, and you use your gun to keep the razor wire from getting on you. And man, it sucks because it's like real razor wire, so if you screw it up, you just get like all torn to pieces, and it's easy to just like get cut up in some way. There's a first aid thing. I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, you do that. And if you ever see a drill instructor do it though, like in that show, everybody's always doing that slow crawl, like this. When the drill instructor does it, he's just like, and he just flies across there. It's like, that's how you do it. It's a full body exercise. And they just look like a little, I don't know, like a bug that landed in the mud, and then they're just right through it. And everybody that you see do it, once you see a drill instructor do it, you're just like, oh, they can do it 5 times as fast. So that was always funny. But usually, you get to the end of it, if you do like a 2-person thing, then the object, or you usually end up like learning how to fireman carry. They kill one of you, and then you have to carry your buddy back to the beginning, and then I think they carry back the other way, so everybody gets to practice how to carry somebody who's incapacitated. First aid is just like first aid was like if you were to go learn first aid, like at a normal, like a little class, it would be the same thing. It's just teaching you how to do CPR, how to clear the throat, to make sure there's nothing stuck in there. They teach you like, oh, there's all these little, that's right, there's all these little like acronyms you got to learn. I hated that part. There's so many of them. There's like ones for all your different like rifle rules. There's ones for everything, safety crap. But there, of course, is a first aid one, which is like stop the bleeding, start the breathing, protect the wound, treat for shock. So you got to learn that. And I teach you all the steps and all the little things that you got to do. I still remember that because I had to repeat it over and over and over again. And if you get it wrong, then you get quarterdecked. So better get good at memorizing little chants and jingles because they're going to make you do that constantly. Yeah, that was annoying. I hated all the like crap you had to learn. And I think that's probably one of the only ones I do remember. I don't remember any of the rifle code stuff probably. I would remember it if I saw it. I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, I know all this. But I can't think of it for the life of me now. But there's so many of them, and they would constantly be like, they'd stop in front of you and be like, what's your third rifle roll or something, right? And if you got it wrong, then quarterdeck. They'd do stuff like that constantly. And if you got it right, then sometimes they'd just be like, okay, what's your fourth one? What's your fifth one? But if you get like one wrong, and they're just like, okay, go to the quarterdeck, even if you got them all right. I remember that. That was funny. Yeah, that happened to me once. He come up to me, he's like, what's your third one? What's your fourth one? What's your fifth? Go to the quarterdeck. Even though I got them all right. So, yeah, like I said, sometimes they just pick on you. Stupid. And, yeah, they do teach you falling when you go to do the obstacle course, because, of course, that's important. Basically, I teach you to slap the ground when you land, which puts your arm in the right spot, which that's basically it. There's some more ones. Oh yeah, there's pugil sticks. If you've ever seen American Gladiators, I don't know if you've seen that, but it's like the big ball on the stick on both ends, big Q-tips. Yeah, they'll do that, and they'll have you run, and then they'll do two different versions. There's one where you're just in a big fucking arena where a bunch of people on this side and a bunch of people on that side, and then they hand you your gear and they get you set up, and then you just go at each other, meet in the middle. And then there's one where they do it on one of these balance beams too, which is like mid-height. So you get knocked off of that, land on your ass. But they teach you, or they constantly saying when you do it, don't like, you have to move and then you stop and then you attack, right? They say that constantly during the beginning, but then once it comes to start, if a drill instructor doesn't like you, he'll tell your opponent, just go and tackle him as hard as you can. So it was fucked up because, yeah, you go out there and then it's like, okay, I'm gonna go and then I'm gonna like sideswipe, and then they just come at you and right into the chest or go straight for your head, and then you're just dizzy for the whole thing. It's like, I can't see anything, I'm just swinging. That was funny. I don't know, there's a couple more iconic ones. There's the big tower. They teach you how to rappel down a tower. And that one, there'll be dicks on that one too. They don't like you, they'll just like push you off of it. Apparently a lot of people get injured doing the rappel tower. But that's the thing where, you got your rope and then you're just like bouncing off as you're going down. And it's really all there is to that. There's the big one that's got like a big cable, a rope across it or whatever, and you've got to like, they want you to go across it on top of the rope, but everybody always like falls over because it's hard to do, and then you just kind of like raccoon your way across. Those are like obstacle course days. There's also, at least in American military, Marine Corps, they've each Sunday they'll have like a religious thing, and you can say any religion, and they've got certain like churches for each type, and sometimes they get mixed together. But they were like really big on not letting you say atheist or agnostic. Like they would, I remember that being a thing, because I was thinking about just saying, yeah, I don't want to go do the church thing. Even though I was still kind of religious at that time, I just didn't want, I didn't really like the idea of going to some church that I don't know about. But yeah, I remember them being like that, to where they really don't want anybody behind. And the idea was, if you go to church, nobody fucks with you. But if you stay, they'll constantly be. So you're like, they're pushing people to go to the church stuff. So I ended up doing that. But it's actually pretty enjoyable, because I've never been to like a big church like that where everybody's singing these different things. And then if you're part of the graduating, if you're in like your graduating week, you get to like sing a song. It's the I Fly Away. And yeah, everybody would be really like into that, because it means, hey, I'm getting the fuck out of here. So it was actually kind of cool. I don't know, that's about all I had to say about that. Oh God, should I talk about bathrooms? Bathrooms is funny. So here's a bathroom. This is the showers. These are the stalls. Stalls had, yes, our stalls did have walls, but they were like half walls. They're not like the walls you get. And there's like there's a path over here. So yeah, there's a bunch of stalls, but they were like half walls, and it was just exposed toilet. No door, just toilet, toilet, toilet. On this side, they had urinals, I think, on this side. So it was always great. Get a piss, and then there's a big wall here, and then you got sink, sink, sink with mirrors. But when it comes to toilets, there's so little compared to how many people you'd have. And like so little of these kind of toilets, you only had like a certain amount of time to do your business. So if you had to shit, you're kind of screwed. Most people would they'd come in, they'd fill up the urinals as fast as possible. And then if there's no room there, they'd go straight into the toilets. And then toilets become a process like this, to where you have one man standing here pissing, one man standing here pissing, and one man standing here pissing. God forbid you tried to sit on a toilet during one of those small periods of time. If you sat down, it would be like this, and somebody would be like, "Yo, man, open your legs up," and they'd be standing here. You want to piss in between your legs. Oh, fuck. Oh, man, there's a lot of people. Oh, what is this? This is like trash. Okay. Yeah, no, they do stuff like that. There was zero privacy for that. The best way to use the toilet, and that's the way I started doing it most of the time, is once lights go out and it's nighttime, you can get out of your rack and you can go shit or whatever. And I became like a nighttime shitter, because that was ridiculous. But yeah, like the idea is like they take a certain amount, like all of one side, you go through the showers, and the showers are like all along the walls, right? So the idea is you just do a big circle showering, and then you come out, and then you grab a sink if you can get one. And someone like me who has like a 5 o'clock scruff and not 5 o'clock shadow. But yeah, I constantly have to be shaving, cutting myself up, and they'd always send me back, like, go shave again. It's not good enough. It's just, I had to deal with that through my entire military thing because my beard grows so fast. Sometimes I'd shave in the morning, and I shave pretty good, I think. But by the time like the evening comes around, I'd sometimes get in trouble. They'd be like, "Did you shave this morning?" It's like, "Yes, I shaved." And eventually they like get it figured out that that I was just that kind of person. All right. What was I doing? I was drawing this manta ray. Long story short, I like basic training. I thought it was fun. It was entertaining. I hated the military. It went way down hill after basic. I don't really want to talk about that. It's just sadness. Now, my whole family got fucked up by the Marines. Or by the military in general. I don't know why. Some people had military careers that went well. For some reason, my family's like cursed when it comes to military stuff. It happened to my dad. My cousin had it worse. He got hit by an IED. Killed everyone inside of his Humvee. He was the gunner, so he didn't. He only like lost his leg and his arm. And got blown out of the vehicle. And then I think it was the driver was the other one that survived. Everyone else died. But the driver, he felt so like guilty about hitting that IED and not stopping and getting everybody, all of his friends killed. He ended up killing himself like a week later. So my cousin was the only one that was alive by the end of it. And then he was they put him in a wheelchair because he was he still had his leg, it was just really damaged. Same thing with his arm. But he didn't have anything on his right side, I think it was his right side. And he's in a wheelchair, and then they put him in a room, and they forgot about him. He was sitting in there, and eventually but he's only got one arm, his other one's in a sling, he can't move it, and he's in a wheelchair. It's like, imagine the joke of just sitting in a room going in circles like this, right? Because you can't get anywhere. It's kind of like when he's telling the joke, when he's telling the story, it's funny, but eventually he made it over to his phone and called his parents up and was like, "I'm stuck. I can't go anywhere. I'm just doing circles." They forgot about me, and his mom went crazy and called him up, or went there. I don't know. Eventually, they ended up. He got discharged for medical because he wasn't medically fit, whatever. I forget what they call that. Medical discharge. So mine wasn't that bad. all my injuries were mental. Ugh. Alright, there's a stingray. Yay! It's beautiful. I don't know. It's a weird situation. In some respects, I'm like, I hated it, but then again, I would be a totally different person if I hadn't have gone through all that. So, I'm not like totally off of it. I'm just glad to not be part of it anymore. Nah. I don't really. It doesn't bother me much anymore. Actually, mostly. I think I focus on the funny times I had a lot more. That helps a lot. And just work with the highlights. Because there's like a lot of good with the bad too. There was some, I made some of my best friends ever. I lost some best friends too. But like those are the type of friends you won't get in an ordinary life, What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. The wrong thing selected. Okay, what color is this guy gonna be? What were my reference colors? It's like black and gray, right? Or gray colors. Oh, it's like this cool blue color. I could just take that directly. I like that. It's kind of a greenish color. I am worried that I don't have enough color variety in these enemies. They're mostly greens and blues, but kind of works too. The bottom is this blue. Oh man, I never even asked you, but you're really close to that conflict, aren't you? You're in Romania? Or at least, I mean, you're a lot closer than I am. I watched that on Twitch, of all places, in the beginning, which was mind-blowing to me. That they have, streams where you can just like live stream a war. That's crazy. That's like the world we're in now. Damn, Ukrainians are fighting hard too. In my country, just we're launching the best sanctions we got. That's what it seems like. I don't know. I don't want to get too political. Touch was on. Go figure. Alright. A little line under here. But not there. It's gotta be here. Alright, that should be the end of that guy. There we go. Turtle. Alright, it's turtle. So the turtles actually aren't really an enemy. They're more like a treasure chest. You just keep shooting them and you knock all the meteorites off their shell. And once they're all off, he swims away happy. That's the idea. So it's going to be very similar to what I did with the crab. And this guy needs to look more like a turtle. So I'm going to color him the same way as this. As far as the animation, it's just his hand, his flipper. So let's draw them without the flipper first. We'll figure everything else out after that. Also, he's the wrong way. Right, I said I was not going to do the flipper. I love the way the eyes of a sea turtle look. Right? They're like right in the forehead. Thinking I don't do that enough. I think all my eyes would be back here somewhere. Did I do the patterns? I suppose so. Yeah, otherwise it looks really plain. Guess I'll just block these in. God, what layer was I drawing on? Nice. Saved. Yes, that's good enough. Just a little bit of detail. Alright, now I've got to animate the flipper. I think the easiest way is just do a couple layers. Start off with this one because we've already got this one. And it tells me where it's supposed to go. Fucking pen. Come on. Alright, next one. I'm just freehanding this. I'm wondering, should I do one for the way back, or do I just play in reverse? Probably be fine if I just play it in reverse. Yeah. Let's keep it simple. Just keep it simple. That's fine. Okay, there we go. Did a couple more. 4 hours, but I probably spent like 2 hours of that talking. That's fun. So what we did, the end of the crab, the octopus, the shark, the stingray, and the turtle. Gonna finish this eel. Eel might be a little bit, it won't be too bad. And then do some background stuff. It's been a long time since I've done background stuff. But I think I'm gonna stop here. Like 4 hours is about my limit, you know, sitting right now till I get more used to sitting, aching, I don't know. It takes a lot of practice to get drawing that much without too much pain. But anyway, I'm in this stream here. Later.